Okay, folks, welcome back. I found out that my feed, I was wondering why nobody was on for at least half of an hour, the last half an hour of my feed this morning. I guess it dropped off and it looked like it was on. It said it was on. This is why I do this stuff and not this stuff. Because, unless I'm dead or, something severe happens, I'm not going to forget how to do this. So we have some new visitors here on the paint table in some wacky ass colors. Historical but wacky ass colors. And one of them is my refurbished Panther G. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it. I painted this tank originally in about 1996, somewhere between 1995 and 1998. And it looked okay at the time. It looked... And why can't I find it on my gallery? Recent, here we go. I took a picture of it. Nothing special. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the stream this morning either. This is what the Panther used to look like. It's an old Hasegawa Panther G. And we have redone it. I looked at some instructions, late 1945 type paint scheme. Yes, it is a base green and quite a bit different. So we're going to give it a wash. And of course, my favorite paint scheme so far is the Yag Tiger with the from Trumpeter, painted in the primer red. And I talked about why this might not actually be the right paint. It is the right paint scheme. It just wouldn't have been one with had Zimmerit, because Zimmerit was, So they had to repaint it, had to bring it to the factory, and then just that's all they had to go with. So I don't know. I think it's the appropriate vehicle. That's the vehicle that shouldn't have Zimmerit on it, and it does. But it's actually a beautiful model. I quite like these schemes. Yeah, they're different. Now they need to be, somebody was saying, "You're going to paint any camouflage schemes for our Russians?" I am, but I didn't want to start with them. I'm to the point where I could probably do them now. I got like 60 or something Russians. So I could probably start working some of those in and not feel, too weird. But it's a G. I might as well, it's got no Zimmerit on it. Figured might as well do it late war and something a little bit different. So these two are going to get the wash. And I'm going to do that now. And that way that can set. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to them today, but because we have to, the wash has a set, but we've got to do that. And then we'll come back to this little guy. Yeah, so you guys didn't see any of the stuff that I did on this. I don't know where you guys left off on as far as I was putting the decals on, and let's say it looks pretty plain at this point. It needs some scratches, as I like to call them, and black lining, and then it'll be ready and weathering. So we're gonna do scratches, then the weathering, then the black lining. But we're gonna do the wash first on these guys, so that I can start working on it. I did this so long ago, but you ran thread through here and pulled the tracks down so that they're not super saggy. I don't know why that bothered me so much. I'm not doing that on other vehicles. That just seems excessive. That's a lot of effort for something that's like, if they would have just done separate link track, it wouldn't be an issue. So we're going to get the new and improved Agrax Earthshade, which is now called Strong Tone. And we're going to go over both of these vehicles. Where's my Strong Tone container? And this morning when I was picking up brushes, I did not want to grab the one that was for this, so I knew this was coming up. I'm going to do the two King Tigers in a more traditional paint scheme. Although, so just I don't know if you can tell, there is actually in late 44 there's a different Dunkelgelb, and this is it. You can tell a little bit more. It almost looks like white sometimes, but it's a really light buff color as opposed to a yellow. So that's done on purpose. So the King Tigers, one of them is already this color. We're going to do both of them. I'm going to do both of them based in that color because neither one of them have Zimmerit. So we'll make them super late if I want to use them for Hungary or something like that. And then we got a couple of JS2s here waiting for these big boys to show up and start causing trouble with them. So, and I might just get a Pershing soon. But I've had this thing for a long ass time. Now I'm going to purposefully not go that heavy on this because I don't want it to tinker with the color a whole lot. But let's see where this takes us. Always start with the running gear first. Oh, we have the real glasses on now, so let's get, I got my contacts in, so let's get the readers out. There we go. Just try to mix up the paint schemes a little bit so you're not like, oh, another one of these things. And I'm probably going to have to do some hand-painted camo, which doesn't look as good, but they used it. Sometimes painted it with mops, sponges, whatever they had their hands on. The skulls of their enemy. I shall paint your tank with the skull of my enemy. Just add a little bit of something. And the thing that's kind of unique that I've noticed about these really late war Panthers in particular, is they and actually followed kind of inspiration and actual paint scheme off of was it Flyhawk? It was somebody's instruction off of Scalemates for this type of pattern. It was like wherever there was the light color, the brown one was like right behind it, like urging it on, on here. But one thing I noticed is it seems like with these green paint schemes, the numbers on the turrets become less noticeable. They'll either be all black numbers or there'll be like hollow white numbers or something like that. So we've got some more subtle numbers to use that I generally don't have much of a use for, but that we're going to use on this tank. There's a sign if you're really good. You can hand paint German numerals on the tank without using a decal, and you paint hollow numerals. Yeah, that's a bit much. That is a bit much. So anyways, if you didn't see my feed cut off, you missed my prophecy. When I noticed that not everybody was on, I'm like, what happened? Did the zombie apocalypse happen and it's just me? That's like, it's just how I predicted it. Just how I predicted it. All the zombies versus me. Well, the nice thing about it happens if there's a zombie apocalypse and only you're left, you don't have to share any ammo. Yeah, I don't know how long I went, but it was more than 56 minutes. So I keep saying, man, everybody left? Man, everybody's still gone, you know? Oh, well. And it still showed that it was on down there at the bottom. There's just none of you guys were there. Okay, this is ready to dry. Now, let's do the same thing with the Yod Tigger. We're going to need more of this stuff. So I was doing tires on the Puma. Well, you didn't miss that much then. You didn't miss that much. Shit happens, unfortunately. I'm not the person to make it better. I'm not a technological idiot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any shows. But sometimes things can be, really difficult. I finally saw what was happening with my World of Warships, and man, that looks a hell of a lot better. Hope it stays just like that. And I had to uninstall the game off the Xbox and then reinstall it. And sure enough, because I didn't do my mission yesterday, I didn't get the unlocks from yesterday. So I had to go spend doubloons, which I have to collect them slowly by doing missions. Because I'm not spending any real money on that game. If you don't spend any real money on the game, you can walk away from any point, at any point, and you don't feel like, you left money on the table. Because you didn't pay anything for it. But we got that sorted out as well. It's just something to play as an aside. Keeps me from building ship models. I can just play with them. And I think what I really like about it is the range estimation guesstimate on there. And you'll fire your broadsides, and the guns don't all go where you point them. There's some deviation and stuff, so they don't group super close. Something to do on the side. That looks really good. And I specifically left it so that some primer showed through. So. And I was done spraying these guys, and I just got to the point where I'm like, every time I'm dry brush, every time I'm airbrushing, I'm getting better. And I feel like yesterday I made a big leap. And my compressor actually came with a cheap ass airbrush, which I didn't want to fool with, because I've fooled with one before. And it's a pain in the ass, but I know so much more about it than a year and a half or 2 years ago when I started. So I am going to possibly fire that up and maybe use that one for terrain or something like that. One thing that's helped the airbrush progression a lot is this place, because the lighting here is so good, and I've got a dedicated bench out there to do all that at. And yeah, I've been really happy with that situation. But I'm always going to be I'm always going to be a hand paint person. You know, the airbrush is literally just takes the place of spray cans. I'm doing some camouflage stuff and stuff like that with it, but I'm a hand paint guy. I can do things with a paintbrush that I'll never be able to do with the airbrush. But I've gotten successfully to be able to, every time I fire it up, it works just fine. So I'm doing a better job of cleaning it. And that at some point I will make I will make some videos on, you know, airbrushing, things they never told me about airbrushing. You know, stuff I've encountered and how I've dealt with it, because it can be really frustrating. Okay, and then this one's done. Except I missed a spot. Now, this guy's done also. Now, let's get this stuff off of us. And let's do the weathering. Ah, sorry, scratches. Mine bad. Mine bad and pick out some details. Then we'll do weathering. Actually, how do you find out if this thing has an antenna? I think it does. I think it goes right there. SDKFZ 234/3. Yeah, it looks like that's where it goes. Okay, well, with that said, that ist mein Pinweis. This is why I clean this area frequently. I mean, it's not that messy, but holy smokes. Got to look around a lot of interference to find what you're looking for. Now, let me make sure that all chat is on here. live chat. There we go. Yeah, I said before, if I ever lose my feed and I'm in the middle of a sentence, it went against my wishes for the feed to stop. Go for it, Painty. Welcome. This is not drilling into it at all. It's just spinning. Let's try that one. Perfect. Yeah, let's go put this one back in. There's always fumbles. Under attack. Okay. So there's that. So we've got that drilled out, so we can add an antenna at a later point. No point in doing it now, and then it'll get knocked off and all the changes I'm making. Okay. All right, let's get the weathering out here. Kept this open for a few hours. Right, we're going to use this for the U.S. field drab. think I need to make myself a little cafe. Be right back. Okay. I'll grab that in a few minutes when it gets made. Ah. So yeah, I was saying earlier today, the reason I don't paint my wheels, my rubber wheels, in dark gray, and I just paint them in black is because I'm going to weather them. By the time I'm weathering them, they're going to look really light colored if I don't use black. It just doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right. It doesn't look right to my eyes, you folks in the UK say. I actually like that saying. It's better than done and dusted. The over-engineered underside of these. And we'll start working ourselves up to the body of this. All right, let's see if my coffee is ready now. falling asleep in the middle of the day. I did not get a lot of sleep last night. Went to bed way past my bedtime. And then didn't wake up late to compensate for that. All right, and then Iraqi sand. You're done and dusted. Yeah, I don't like that one. There's got to be some sayings you people in the UK don't like of your own sayings. Just like there's sayings here that I don't like. I can't think of them right now, but Sheltram, yes, the last thing we were talking about. Get a hold of Mr. Humphreys is a busy day job. He only attends shows nowadays. Saw him at Carronade in Falkirk. Going forward, rankles. I don't know, that's one of the things that I was saying. Maybe when we got disconnected, I said I've been able. There was a vendor that used to go to Historicon. He was at Historicon the first 2 years I went. 2006, 2007. Name's Colonial Connection. Now, what was cool about Colonial Connection is he sold museum miniatures. And what was cool about selling museum miniatures is he sold them by the each, which for somebody like me is really handy because, there's some that I want variable poses. So he'd sell them by the each, but he only took cash and checks. And I said, well, so you do mail order. Because, those things, that I think at the time they were difficult to get in the States. Museum miniatures since then, I don't know how they've been the last year and a half, but they used to be like the quickest people to ship things. But I asked, I said, can you order stuff from me? He said, yeah, but he wouldn't take credit cards. He'd have to, call them and get an amount for a check and then send the check to him and wait for it to clear. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not waiting for all that shit, So I remember he was selling infantry figures for $35, 35 cents each. And then 70 cents for mounted or something like that. And then the following year, he cut that price in half and got out of the business. It's like, even at that time, you could send me PayPal. And I don't have a business, So writing a check is for the dogs. And I was saying, I used to work at a hobby store, and there was this one bank in town that people would come and write a check, and it frequently bounced. I don't know what it was about these. Maybe they were grabbing all these students that didn't have a lot of money, and they had bouncy checks. But yeah, what I was saying is, Navwar. I've never ordered from Navwar because I don't know what it costs to fax something to overseas on a phone call. I can't call England. What if I get somebody on the other line I can't understand? Some guy speaks like, and I'm like, what? And there's people that can't speak in this country. I'm not saying, we're perfect here, but I was watching a video by this guy I'm subscribed to, and who's an excellent painter. An excellent painter. I can't understand him. I literally cannot understand him. I understand like one word out of five. That's not enough for me to watch his stuff. I just, you know, I don't know what kind of a heavy accent he has. Um, he has some, he has some flavor of British accent that I can't follow. How does that happen in the British military? You got guys in unit, you got one guy from Cornwall, you got somebody else from a Geordie, Liverpool accent people. Who is that? God, what's his name? Dougie. He goes by a name Dougie. He's a superb fucking painter. He's incredible. So he's inspired me on a lot of stuff. I can't understand the poor guy. Now, I can understand him because he's not my neighbor. If he was my neighbor and I talked to him all the time, I'd probably realize, okay, that word is that, but he leaves off the second half of the word. And I'm like, but to an untrained ear, you know, and I'm sure it's not him. It's whatever part of the country he's from that he speaks that way. I just, I can't follow him, you know. There's another guy that I follow who's also an excellent painter. He has a Scottish accent, and I couldn't understand anything he was saying. He doesn't speak very loud either. So I turned on subtitles, and the stuff that the subtitles auto-generated was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. But they are some excellent freaking painters. All my favorite painters are in Europe. There's no doubt about it. It's not even close. We're over here too busy working too many hours. God. But I like seeing people whose stuff I like better than mine. It inspires me. Like, time to turn it up to 12, you know, within reason. And you watch other people's stuff, you're like, man, I do dry brushing. Why don't I like it? Well, I'm only dry brushing in one color, you know? Depth. Um, what's his name? I can't understand him, but his volume is too low. He has a more standard accent. Von Ketteringham, Fraser. He has an easier to understand accent. but his microphone's way too low. I'll put it like, and I don't hear well to begin with, so it's not a good combination either. I think the old war gamers, good videos. You know who I understand without a problem is actually one of the people that got me involved in doing stuff. Whether he realizes it or not, he was probably, I figured, if this guy can do this and other people will watch his stuff, I can do it. And that is, what's his name? I'll look it up. And he's super calm to listen to. I mean, it's like a freaking Zen session. I think so. Let's see. What is his name? Just give them to me all. Man, I'm subscribed to a shitload of stuff. Ralph Astley. I started watching, I came across his channel because of the naval wargaming stuff. And I'm like, I actually had battles that he was playing with the set of rules that we used to use. And I'm like, I'll watch this stuff. It was a multi-part. It's just really low-key, relaxing. Just, I understand every single thing he says. But he speaks very slow and clear, you know. Fraser seemed to have his mic too far away. It's fairly loud when he's doing his overhead filming, though. I have to catch his stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Dougie. Oh my God, I mean, he's a superb fucking painter. Really, really good. I like his style and everything, but I think it's because I've watched some interviews. I've watched several shows. I've watched several YouTube programmings about different different British accents, and the problem seems to be the speed that they're spitting out the words, and the the parts of the words or words completely that are ignored. Ralph's good. Shame he never has comments on because he drives some interesting discussions. He used to. He used to. I don't think he has. I don't think he has any controversial stuff on it. One of the last videos I saw, we all have our mount hills that we're willing to die on. And his hill that he's willing to die on is about the Normans using ponies, using smaller horses. He had this long discussion about that. I think that's what it was. He's had discussions where it sounds like he doesn't have a lot of fun playing with the local folks. And I'm sitting here thinking, the guy's pretty calm. So if he's a pain in the, I don't think he's going to be a pain. I think you just get around the wrong people, and they just, they could drive you away. There's a guy here who's locally in Florida. He comes to the war game shows pretty frequently, and he's from New York. New York is also known as not the friendliest place in the United States. And first time I met him, he came across him and was like, man, this guy's is really defensive and a lot of angst, right? And it's the other people that he gamed with that not only they were win at all cost folks, which we're not. I mean, we are, but we're willing to show you how you can improve your game. It's not like we want you to just, we want to hog tie you and have our way with you. We play hard, but we want some competition. But, there's people out there that, they want to keep the secret to themselves and not tell you so they can pull it out and then use you and then gang rape you. And then who wants to, be that guy? There we go. That kicked things up a notch. Bam! Let's put some scratches in here. The notifications are not coming up on YouTube. You had been going 25 minutes before I found you, despite the notification set. Maybe I'm being blacklisted by YouTube because I'm not kissing Marxists. I say enough bad shit about the Nazis, but the other guys are bad too. I don't know. Paul has a similar accent to you. Yeah, he's a superb painter. He's a superb painter. And he gets I mean his Russian stuff, I was like, and there's some people, like I was watching him before I got into World War II. And there's a couple people on YouTube that I think have been instrumental, whether they know it or not, of me kind of the last 5 years doing what I'm doing. Whether it's filming stuff, and it's just like this is just my way of also giving back. I'm like, look, there's some stuff that I know, and I'm like, I don't really want to keep it from anybody, and I'm like, oh, maybe somebody will watch something and it'll be something that they like, because I've gotten ideas from other people, as well. But when I saw Paul had all those Russian vehicles and stuff, and I'm like, holy shit, that's cool as crap. I got to do that. I got to do all that stuff. And then I start reading about these vehicles, like, man, there's all kinds of information I didn't know 30 years ago, because I'm a World War II nut, or I used to be. I'm going to get some of this Dunkelgelb highlight. This might actually be a little too light. So we're going to put a dab of this other one as well. But him and then the Portuguese guy, João, with his rapid fire, huge, displays. Here's the whole fucking Africa Corps. I'm like, holy shit, like, that's inspiring stuff. Inspiring stuff. I'm like, I got to do that. I got to get off. These ancients are holding me back. Woke wargaming. I just believe you make fun of everything. And if you have a problem with that, then we weren't raised the same way, And that's okay, but you need to grow some thicker skin. Just put few little discolorations that I like to do. I don't like putting the chipping. It just, I know what they're trying to get. I don't really like the look of it. I don't really like the look of it. It's a little too realistic for what I'm trying to achieve here. I'm afraid I don't like gamers very much. And what I mean by that is there's a tendency of gamers to be these folks that are anti-conformist. And although I appreciate some of that, it's like, everybody kind of needs to know how to behave so that you can have a society that functions, right? You can't just not use your turn signal. You create chaos. Get off your phones, and there's responsibilities that you need to fulfill as a responsible adult. If you're going to be respected by folks, and some people that are on the fringe just want to do shit just to be different, and and fuck all, and it's like, and they have this attitude that you have to accept them no matter what. I'm sorry, if you don't wear if you don't wear deodorant and you smell of BO, I'm going to discriminate the shit against you. I mean, they make deodorant everybody's size. Well, you got to like me even if I don't shower. No, I don't. I do not. I don't have to, spank you in public or something, but we could just ignore the living shit out of you. But there's this attitude, and I get it. I mean, I get where it comes from, but anything can be taken to an extreme. Just like I was talking the other day, I'm all fine for capitalism, but there's things that you shouldn't sell. There's some things that aren't for sale on you. Money is not the god of everything. It's important, but you shouldn't compromise your values just for. That wouldn't make a good lawyer. It just wouldn't. Sorry, dude, you're guilty. You're going to hell. And you're going to be incarcerated first. And I'm not going to represent you. So I'm all for people being individual and just like but like when I was in school, if you wore two different color socks, you would get an atomic wedgie. And I'm not saying you should go around giving people atomic wedgies, but you should know better by the time you're 40 years old, not to show up like a fool. One of the local game shops had to put a Facebook post telling people to wash or use Dio, Captain Dio, before showing up. Was mostly aimed at Pokemon and Magic the Gathering crowds. That's just bad parenting. It is. Like, sure, you got some contrarian kids, but it's like, dude, man, stand up and tell your kid he fucking stinks. Oh, I love him no matter what. I said, well, we better freaking wear deodorant, He has your last name. He's shaming your family by doing that. Yeah, but you go to these game shops, it's totally the land of misfit toys, I'm not saying I'm the coolest cat on the block, but man, I go out in public, I try to look the best I can, to a degree. I don't want to be picked on. Although I suspect Nintendo might have requested it because they're really trying to make Pokemon tournaments look better. They even make official tournament host ban drinks on the table. There are a lot of spillage. Spillage issues. Now I go into the what is it? I need to write that down. What I end up calling the place, the game store here, Freaks and Geeks or Nerdburglia, whatever it's called. And you see things there you never see in the outside world. This isn't Britain, so this might surprise you when I say this, but you never see midgets in the outside world. I know all the midgets are English, seems to be, but hey, that's what we're led to believe on television. But I went to the store to pick up some paint, and lo and behold, there was a midget there. I hadn't seen a midget since I saw the freaking circus, probably in the 80s. And there he is, a midget on the loose at a game store. And I'm just wondering, that's a shame that he has to hide inside a game store. Why can't we see, midgets at the shopping mall, stuff like that, little people, whatever they want to be called this month. If the lady has if the lady has twins and one ends up being a midget, would he could actually be the stunt double of the other one. Anyhow, it was just strange that that's where you have to find them, and they're not allowed to be out on the loose, I guess. All right, then we're going to do the black lining on this Nazi cap. Reminds me of Red Fox say he would punt any midget he saw because he was scared of him on his show. I need to watch that show again. You guys saw that show in Britain? I wouldn't appreciate that show back then. I was too young. When that show was on, I was in, let's see, that was in the 70s. So I would have been, like 9. I'm not like watching an adult show. I'm not going to get most of it, but, oh, Mr. Jack. It's personal hygiene, hammered home to me by my mother as a child. Showering and shaving is a daily ritual, no thinking needed. That's right, you have to shower every day, at least once. I generally do not do it in the morning. I have a job where, within 10 minutes, I was going to say soiled, but it's not that messy. But, it is a construction type job with, swirling dust and stuff like that. You don't want to take a shower and you get to work and within 3 minutes you're like, you don't smell great. So I saved that for the evening, which is like literally like my favorite thing I like to do is come home and shower and change clothes. Bam! Where do you work at that you get soiled within 3 minutes of getting to work? Well, I clean up after elephants. Ah, okay, I get it. Elephant trainer. These cute little rivets up here. Had some sangria yesterday evening. Quite a nice drink. I skipped one. You saw clips. I watched the one where he's drinking sangria at a restaurant. He's calling the waiter Negro and asking him to be more sangrila to hold the garbage. Used to shower first thing when I was working, but now prior to hitting the pub. They still allow smoking in pubs in jolly old England. And they make such a big deal with vapes, and I'm like, I'm not, I don't do any of that stuff. Used to, before vapes, but that was a lifetime ago. 30 years ago, going on that, and man, make that stuff smell better. But vapes have no smell, or I don't care if people do that. As long as they're not blowing it in your face. Okay, I think that's enough. Now, let's do my favorite part. I really like to do this. Black lining time. As though it's not really black lining because I'm using a wash, so it blends a little bit. Nope, smoking or pubs, pretty much anywhere indoors. No vapes either. I wonder why. Probably because people got out of hand. They're like, oh, I can't smoke, and blow it in people's face. That's just disrespectful. You know. What about the wafting stank of marijuana? Do you have that out there? That's just a thing here in the U.S. I'm sure it's probably everywhere. That stuff smells terrible. It smells like roadkill. Skunk roadkill. You see that guy in UK who has his own pub? Who wants a game room? And I'm not a big drinking is not an important part of my life, but this is cool as hell. I gotta show you guys this. This is cool as shit. Um, okay, I know who posted it. It was several years ago. And let's see, can I search on his page? I can, but how do I do this? Let's see, search here, okay. Pub. Okay, look at this. This is from 2020. My husband and I have been very busy for a few weeks working on our favorite project to date, the Drunken Crab, built, painted, and interior designed for the Crabtree family who are loving having their own pub in the garden. Okay, so the best thing about a pub is, of course, coming up with a name of it. So here it is in the corner of their house. It's like 10 foot by 10 foot, a little 10 by 10 thing, 3 meters by 3 meters. So look at it. Look how quaint this is. Kind of like their backyard. I'd rather have that than a freaking garden. And look at the pictures of the inside. That's salivatingly cute. Look at this. That's incredible. I wouldn't want to go inside the rest of the house. Now, it's probably really claustrophobic right inside of there, but, you get 4 people in there pretty. Look at this. That's really cozy. No kidding, for sure. What do they have on tap? They got Guinness and some IPA thing. God bless them. I'm not a fan of IPA. Look at this. They got liquor pours. The only problem with having this, look at the inside of the roof from the inside. That is super freaking cool. The problem with this is like I would be like the hardest decision I would have to make is like, All right, would it be German themed, Mexican themed, or Irish themed? I don't know. Maybe pick one wall for each. Hey, they'd get along. I don't think the Irish, the Germans, and the Mexicans have ever fought. Look at this from the from the bartender's viewpoint. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. We got a little table to play some DBA there. All right, I'd play DBA again if you guys if you guys build me a little thing like this, I'll start playing DBA again. Just incredible, absolutely incredible. I'd pay those high taxes you guys pay in the UK for one of these. It's just, I mean, there's more pictures than there are in anything else. They're definitely proud of this thing. Very cool. Very, very cool. Incredible. One of the coolest things I've ever seen on the internet. And like you said, it's very cozy, you know. I could happily go there for a pint. I'd stay for more than one. That's incredible. That's just really amazing. Probably cost a fortune to build it though. Between all the permits, wood's expensive here in the States now. It's got to be really expensive in England. Need to convince Mitch to renovate the shed into a pub theme. I gotta convince him to clean the freaking place up so I don't leave half my shit when I get there. You gotta look around 10 things to get to one of them. Yeah, that's. I got the property. I could build it here. Could build another building. Just has to be attached by a walkway. I got an acre. Rather have that than a pool. Shit, I'd even watch sports out there if I had it. As you know, even though I don't watch sports. Emma Schneider, welcome. Do they have the annex for all the British dwarfs? Well, wouldn't need a big annex. See, you get it. All the dwarves are from England. You know. Yeah, the folks that have that pub, that guy in Germany had the Panther tank in his basement, had nothing on those folks. I'd rather have the pub. So unfortunately, I have started doing this black wash lining. I really should is what I should call it. After I've done over 100 vehicles, and I really like it. So I have a feeling I'm probably going to go back and touch up some of the other ones I have because it's just a contrast issue. You know, it makes things pop. makes panels pop and stuff like that. And because it's a wash, it's kind of diluted already. So it's some contrast, but it's not like super. Poke your eye out kind of thing. Your paintings look incredible. Have a good day. You too. Be safe in Russia. Things are a lot more wound up in most parts of the world other than here, thankfully. There we go. All the dwarves work in the tea mines in Heckmondwike. Heckmondwike. They say the tea comes from the East Indies to make it sound exotic. I do like English tea. I just don't like it warm. I don't drink anything warm. I've been hot all day long and it's in the 40s outside. And I don't mean the Celsius 40s. I am extremely metric friendly. Friendly. Extremely metric friendly. I like things in millimeters. My rules have stuff in meters. I don't like metric temperature. I just can't process it. I have to, you know, kilometers are cool. I work in a construction type field, and anytime that they had anything that gets brought to them in meters, I'm the meter guy. I don't know why nobody else can deal with it. It's just a simple conversion. But you know, 3.28083333333333 feet per meter. I don't know why everybody is handicapped about that. Widest like is dividing a unit that's really small to begin with into 64ths. And then, an odd 64ths of something. No, that's just annoying. So we have some things that we make that are in eighths, 3/16ths and stuff. And when I put it on my delivery tickets, I convert it all decimal. So I never write, 57 and a quarter inches. It's 57.25 inches. I don't have a problem with inches. They should have just, if they weren't going to convert to metric here, they should have just converted to engineering scale, which is decimal feet. Because that makes sense. You have a foot, there's your core number. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with your base unit being this big. I think that's a good size for it. But divide it by 10 for God's sakes, We had metric forced on us. I'm an imperial guy. Yeah, yards. I don't care for yards. I don't care for yards. I don't really use it. Um, Okay, going across here on this side, we're going to do these. We're going to do these. We're going to do those. Nice. Okay. Then we're going to, I don't do the wheels because I figure there's dirt and shit in there and that wouldn't pop so much. And if I change my mind later at some later point, I can always come back and do the wheels. And I got to paint that rusty colored. Okay, this side is complete except for the stuff inside the gun. This is super relaxing. Really forgiving. Okay, this side's good. The back, we did it around that. Okay, cool. Let's go around that and that. Yeah, I don't like fractions of things. I think it's silly. I think fractions are just dumb. I can work with them, but I'd much rather work with decimal. All right. Nice. And you could probably get some pretty good results using enamels. But the problem with enamels is I don't want to cover the whole thing in a gloss coat and then pray to God that it doesn't eat through it. We do stones. No, we never did that one. 14 pounds of stone. Not say a person's weight in pounds, but he is 12 stone, 4 pounds, not 160 pounds or whatever that equates to. 14 times, it would be, shit, it'd be 28 plus, yeah. It'd be 140 pounds minus 24, whatever that is. And then add 4 pounds to it. Yeah. Yeah. Stones, yeah. Yeah, that's some Plantagenet type measuring system. That's what reminds me of. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't read that book on the Plantagenets by Dan Jones, it's pretty awesome read. Pretty awesome read. Jack, you were in the Navy. What ship did you serve on? You go get some agua. I'll be right back. I got to get some of those. Jeffrey, you got some of them. Some of those the Humber cars, the Humber Scout cars from Plastic Soldier Company, didn't you? I like that's a nice looking armored car. I like those. I like the Daimlers. I even like the Rolls Royces and the Marmon Harringtons. You start getting into the Morris isn't bad either. You start getting into the later ones. I'm not a fan of. They just look weird. Staghounds. They got a weird looking turret. The AECs. And I said this morning, I really like the British slash Commonwealth. See, I remember to include the Commonwealth. I say British. I include all the all the good allies. In the desert. I think they're much cooler than the Africa Corps. They got those dazzle paint schemes and in the 1960s, early 70s, we were taught both imperial and metric, and calculating both tend to use imperial for distances and metric for weights. It's a difference between the old Roman base 12 and the French base 10. You serve mainly on frigates, Duncan, Diomede. Okay, that makes sense. Diomede frigate 15, 16. That's the flag number on it. Now it makes sense. HMS Berwick and also HMS Lowestoft did a amphibious landing ship Fearless. What do you think of the new ships? They look weird with the big cone head looking thing. Are you sad that the Soviet Navy? No, screw the Soviet Navy. Are you sad that the British Navy is just a shadow of its former self? I am. I think that it's from the alpha to the omega, literally. Well, not the omega. There's navies, but isn't the Indian Navy bigger than the British Navy or something like that? That's just weird. Oh, I said Indian Navy, and the very first thing I think of is, where do we put the sail? Oh man. You have three of them. If I ever find them again, oh, they're hard to find? I will build two as a Mark IV and one as a Mark II. Okay, the Mark IV has the 2-pounder in it, and the Mark II has the Biza. See, I said it right. The 15 mil Biza. That is nasty. That is, the Soviet anti-tank guns are 14.5 millimeter. I mean, that's a big 50 cal. And a Biza is 15 millimeter. Eat this, mofo. I'd called it Beza forever. So I'm in training. It's a shadow of its former self at our peril, sadly. I didn't vote for that, just so you know. Didn't ask what my opinion was. I was a little miffed when Tom Hanks came out with that Greyhound movie. It's like, oh, we're gonna make a movie about a destroyer and a convoy. Oh, it's gotta be like an H-class destroyer, right? No. Okay, what about an E or an F? No. Um, is it? What is it? Oh, it's an American one. A Fletcher class destroyer? Those mainly were in the Pacific. I mean, I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. You gotta have Americans in it for people to understand. Nah, 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 nah. World War II was going on for 3 freaking years before the U.S. got involved in it. I always get annoyed in history class a bit. Let's talk about World War II. They start in like Pearl Harbor. I'm like, you missed all the good stuff. You missed all the good stuff. Yeah, I was playing that World of Warships a little earlier, which, as I mentioned, is probably a really bad thing to do if you don't know anything about ships of that time period. Those of us that have been gaming with that stuff most of our lives, all of my gaming life, really, I'm like, okay, this is dorky as hell, but it's kind of fun to play around with. You know, I was screwing around with a British destroyer and like had to unlock something or whatever. And I mean, it's a dorky game, but it's just kind of fun to play. It's actually even more unrealistic than World of Tanks, I think, by a long shot. And I ended up getting some British destroyer. I ended up sinking two battleships with it. It's like felt pretty good. I like the British World War II DDs. I'm a big fan of them, and a lot of it has to do with they just look pretty cool. They had cool names and had cool paint schemes on them. You know, you do think the Fletcher class were the most iconic and attractive destroyers ever built. So I'm a fan of single funnels. I prefer single funnels. I think the I think the JKs are more better looking than the you know, and I'm going to gravitate towards the British destroyers because the paint schemes that are freaking awesome. You know, Western approaches is just a sexy paint scheme. I don't know if it was worth a shit, but it looks great on the table. You know, the tribals look good though. I think they're two funneled. Um, yeah, the Fletchers with 38 freaking knot speed though. They're they're pretty handy. But the thing I didn't know, and I didn't know this, I have this. You'll get a kick out of this, Jack. Let me see if I can find it. This is back in the early days of the internet. I found this, and this is I'm sure this website's still around because the naval stuff was really my first World War II love. There's this site. This is like from the early 2000s. Naval Sitrep. All this stuff that I pulled out from Italian attack on the Harpoon Com. Man, I love Mediterranean stuff. I love the men. There's this site that details all the paint schemes that the United States had on their ships by measure in a year. And you can find it relatively easy. But one of the things that surprised me, naval paint guy, it's probably in here. One of the things that surprised me was, here it is, USN warship camouflage. And I wish they had this for other ships. And they may now. Here's the camouflage measures. Okay. Talking about Fletchers. Here it is. Here's an example. So, if you look at, say the Saratoga. Oh, that's the Lexington class Saratoga. That's Saratoga 2. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, no. Yeah. The original Saratoga, right. In 41, it was in measure 1. In 42, it was in measure 11, and then we went to measure 21, which is the overall dark blue one. And then did 32, 11A. I didn't realize that if you have a Fletcher class destroyer that is painted in the Dazzle, the late war Dazzle, which would be like a model 32 something or another, I don't know which one, and it had a zag at a certain place, it would have the same zag on all the other Fletcher classes. I'm like, I thought that was pretty lame. That takes away the individuality of it. And that's why I never really liked the U.S. Navy in the Second World War, because they made so many ships that were, for all intents and practical purposes, identical to each other, and they lost personality. From a wargaming standpoint, yeah, it's practical, absolutely practical, but I want to paint ships and play war games. I don't want to be practical. I like the idea that the Suffolk, even though it's the same class that the Berwick is, one of them has a step down on the back, and the other one doesn't. And I don't know if I got those right. And Cumberland is the other one, but anyways, that there's all these minor little variations in the stuff. The J class and the follow-ups packed a punch, but due to the unusual penny pinching, were really too small. Yeah. Yeah, they're good-looking ships, though. Good-looking ships. I never liked the King George V class battleships. The war game that I played had armor in a lot of different places. You had deck, belt, conning tower, turret, superstructure. That it? Yeah. And any of those ships that had the enlarged conning tower, so King George V, the rebuilt Warspite, the rebuilt Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, that might be it, the rebuilt Renown, all had a conning tower, even though it was a battleship, that had 12 to 15 inches of armor in turrets or belts. The conning tower was like 4.5 inches, 5 inches. Like, that's like a weak point in the game. I don't know if it was a big deal in real life, but in the game, it's a big weak point. I still like how it looked. I think Renown is super cool. You know, Renown is super cool, and I always liked those Somerville. He was in some freaking awesome engagements. A foul-mouthed Somerville. But yeah, I love the World War II British Navy. I think it's super freaking cool. You know, so much variety out there. I really do not understand the purpose of camouflage on warships. Can't speak from experience. Over a mile away, can't be seen. Yeah. Well, maybe that's why that Mountbatten pink wasn't such a bad idea, because you couldn't see the damn thing. It wasn't that pinkish, but good times, good times. I used to have like 500 1/2400 scale ships, and most of them were painted, but they weren't painted by anything I'd be proud of now, so I got rid of them. It's really hard to find people that are interested in playing a naval war game. You got to have a love for the. You got to be able to like look at the ships on the table and go, "Oh, that's this, and there's that, and that's the other one," and you know what they are by the silhouette. If you don't have that appeal and that knowledge already, I don't know how you would be interested in it. You know, because there's a lack of terrain, for lack of a better word, and it'd be like me watching American football. I could watch it, but why? You know, so naval wargaming is definitely not as popular. I think that air wargaming would be more popular, but air wargaming is really impractical from a standpoint of decision making and scale and that kind of stuff. Um, and same thing, the county class cruisers. The county class heavy cruisers of the Second World War were an interesting design because they had a really long range, like really long range, if I remember correctly. If I don't remember correctly, well, then I'm just talking bunk. But a lot of them had like belt armor. They always had belt armor, and turret armor or conning tower armor. But they had a lot of weak points, at least in the game equivalencies. You know, because it armor hit locations made a big deal. So, you know, if you penetrated that location, it's not chance of getting a nasty critical that could do some really bad stuff to you. So the best way to avoid those criticals is to have armor in those places, not be penetrated. I always like playing the British. But the most beautiful destroyers, man, it's hard to say. There's so many of them that are attractive, in my opinion. So many of them. Most of the German ones are really attractive. Most of the French ones are really attractive. Italian ones, nah, they're not very attractive. The Navigatories are okay, but the Italians have some attractive ships, but it's not their destroyers. It looks that we are almost done with this. And then we can go put an antenna on it and epoxy it. Oh, we got to paint the tools. And I don't know if you can tell, but this made a big difference. A big difference. Just making those little details and the contrast of the stuff pop. Oh, we didn't go around this. Oh, we're gonna have to have some self-flagellation. Nice. Yeah, we got to put the butt on the MG42 also. Yeah, Le Fantastique, Volta, and Mogador. Yeah, those are small light cruisers. Yeah, I have some French ships, for what if stuff. Like what if they had gone on more than like two raids and they did a successful bombardment of Genoa, I think. I think they successfully bombarded it, but France and Italy weren't at war for very long before, the capitulation, so. Okay, let's get the beige brown. Japanese. I've never had a soft spot for the Japanese. I just don't. You know, I'm not really a fan of wargaming with Japanese vehicles. I am a fan of Japanese vehicles in real life, but not in a war game setting. Not in the 1940s. I don't want to drive anything other than a Japanese vehicle now, but I'm just saying back then I'm like, yeah, not real keen on that. Oh man. A lot of their cruisers and stuff had a lot of missing armor in a lot of places too. It could be a big liability. A lot of offense, not a whole lot of defense kind of stuff. They look kind of cool though. I do like those pagoda things. Weather here in Northern Virginia is really allowing outdoor paint spraying and priming. What kind of spray paint are you using these days? I gave up on it. The quality control and spray paint is just out the window these days. No bueno. Did you ever go to Historicon when it was in Fredericksburg? I'd imagine it'd be really close for you then. Japanese cruisers fascinate me. Many light cruisers built under treaty regulation upgunned to heavy cruisers during the war. Yeah, the Mogamis. They used to be Japanese Brooklyns, right? They had 15 6.1 inch guns. Yeah, they're kind of cool looking. The thing about the Japanese ships is sometimes I just don't have a clue how to pronounce them because they put their accent in places where I would not put my accent in. So I'd call it Yamato, and it's probably Yamato, or it's counterintuitive. It's I remember I had a model. GHQ made a model of either the Fuso or the Yamashiro. I think they made a model of the Yamashiro, and the Fuso, which is her sister. But what's unique about it is the two turrets in the center. On one of the ships, they face each other, and the other one they're away from each other in the center of the ship. So you got like an A B X Y, and the ones that are in the middle on one ship, I think they face each other, and on the other one they're one behind the other, or something like that, or they're away from. Anyways, they're different. So I ended up modifying mine so that would be the correct configuration for those. I think I saw a naval war game that was being held at one of the conventions where it was like they were doing the Battle of Surgal Strait, which it's those two ships, and I think there was like a light cruiser and some destroyers. They're going up the strait to go attack I think it was the U.S. transports that were landing in the Philippines, and the whole battleship divisions are waiting for them, like 6 old school U.S. battle wagons and just lined up and crossing the T. And it's like, that's not worth playing. that's that's just an exercise in futility. That's just like, okay, that's a solitaire game, and let's see which one of the American battleships gets the most, does the most damage. I don't like those cage masks. The cage masks that the U.S. had between World War One and the beginning of World War Two, they look stupid. They just look really ugly. My favorite aircraft carrier by a long shot in the U.S., but it's not even close, is Lady Lex. Lady Lex, the original one. Lady Lex is a cool freaking ship. And yes, because she had 8-inch guns, that adds to the cool factor. But how she was going to be built as a battle cruiser, she would have been ugly as hell. Those cage masks are just ugly as hell. And most of the ships at Pearl Harbor were unattractive. Now, when they got rebuilt, they look cool. Tennessee, fat old Tennessee. You ever looked at the back view of the Tennessee? It's like, yeah, that thing's got a wide bottom. That is just a cool ship. But I'm not really a fan of aircraft carriers. I'm not saying that they're no good. I'm just saying that I want to play a naval war game to see the battleships getting into it, and carriers can avoid that from happening. So they basically are party poopers in a war game. So I'm not a fan of carriers for that matter. But I have found a way to use carriers that don't carry a whole lot of planes in a game, like Eagle, especially when Eagle's like running escort to a convoy to Malta, and the Italians are trying to go after the convoy, and Eagle's there, and Eagle's slow, so it's not like she's got anywhere she can run. So you just gotta head into the wind and start launching the string bags, and make the miracles happen. I like the camouflage line from Rust-Oleum and Army Painter, but limiting due to their prices. Are they both crazy? Rust-Oleum stuff isn't really expensive, is it? I didn't think it was. I could be wrong. Got a hatchet. Never know when you're going to need a hatchet in the zombie apocalypse. We didn't paint the very front of the MG42 black. That's the blackest part of it. Army painter pricey. I just gave up on. I used to buy Model Master. Model Master is what I sprayed with, and the quality control on it was pretty good. And they just stopped making it. Rust-Oleum bought the company and said, "No, we're not going to make those anymore." And it's a shame because, well, they got me to buy an airbrush. That's really why I got an airbrush, to prime and to seal. It's no other reason other than that. And I'm like, well, let's grow and try to use it. Let's try doing other stuff with it. And I've been pretty successful with it, but it wasn't to do camouflage originally, because I could hand paint that. It'd look a little different, but you could do a camouflage type effect with hand painting. All right, we need to get this color here. It's hard to find some colors like you go to one of these game shops and they're always out of like I wanted to try whatever the new Nuln Oil is from Army Painter, whatever it's called. I think it's called Dark Tone or something like that. They're always out of it, you know. String bags were still in service due to arguments between the Navy and Air Force, who both wanted to man them. Sense prevailed in the end, and the Navy won. They quickly bought U.S. carrier planes. Yeah, they used wildcats. What do you call them? Martlets? I think they called them martlets. I don't know, but swordfish are a really good looking plane. I mean, there's biplanes out there. There's like, oh, my plane's ugly. I think swordfish are really elegant looking aircraft, you know? And Bismarck didn't shoot a damn one down. You know, big old German piece of shit. I haven't read something on that on the Bismarck in a long time, but I remember the last time there was still all these controversies going on. But she was scuttled. No, she wasn't. The the hit on the hood that blew her up was coming from the Prince Eugen. No, it wasn't. The Bismarck didn't shoot any swordfish down because the planes were too slow and the advanced fire directional system couldn't compensate and miscalculated where they were. I'm like, you just all kinds of theories. There's so many theories that I remember, and I don't know if they've been put to rest, but it's kind of amusing that there's so many theories over that. What I could never understand about the Bismarck is, she's leaking oil, so she's going to make it to the French port. The French port named after the boobs, and she gets hit. They do the false attack on Ark Royal launches the planes, and they find Sheffield, who's one of my favorite cruisers. Is Sheffield, Old Shiny, because that was another ship that had great paint schemes on it. I have a book on Old Shiny, and they accidentally attack her, and none of the torpedoes, somehow they adjust the torpedoes because they were duds or something happened with them. Well, then they went like, oh, that almost helped them to like work on the Bismarck, and then they got the lucky hit on the rudder, and then the Bismarck. I said, I understand you get a rudder hit. When you get a rudder hit, it's difficult to steer the ship, but I don't understand why the ship was forced to go backwards. I don't understand that. I don't understand why it's like. I think it'd be better off just sitting there. It would have been closer instead of like, all right, now we got to steam further away. Or I don't know. I never could understand that part. However, with that said, I went kayaking 2 weeks ago. True story. I'm in this kayak. I'm in this bay that a river empties into. I think there's a river. Yeah, it has to be a river empties into because it's called Crystal River. And it leads into the Gulf of Mexico. And I asked what the weather condition. He said, "Is there any kind of current?" And the guy says, "No, there's no current, but there is a wind coming from shore about 10 knots, and you just got to be ready to compensate for that." And the weirdest thing happened. I swear this kayak was broken. Because when I was, and this might be the Bismarck thing that I don't understand, when I was kayaking this way, I was kayaking this way, and the wind was blowing from this direction. The wind was blowing perpendicular to me. The kayak wanted to turn into the wind. So much that I was basically going from, and there's no sea current, it was all wind. I was going maybe 200 yards. Kayak, you're supposed to, evenly do it. I kept rowing only on the left to keep it from turning to the left into the wind. It was the craziest freaking thing. And maybe that's the Bismarck thing, but it never made sense to me. But yeah, I could see if that's the wind pulled a Bismarck on me, and I had to go into the wind. The wind was going to the north. The wind must have been coming from the north, like from Iceland. So that'd be from the northwest. So I had to turn into the wind. Loss of rudder means steering by engines if you have more than one prop, very difficult. Yeah, Martlet's The Swordfish did its bit after Toronto was convinced the Japanese at Pearl Harbor was feasible. Yep. How many Italian ships were never repaired from Toronto? I think all of them were repaired eventually. Just like when the Frogmen attacked Alexandria. About the same, no, it was the following year they attacked Alexandria. And it was it Valiant and Queen E that took damage? They went back in action. Okay, we need to do the metallic color, which we pulled out here. Well, as soon as the Bismarck got that hit, all of a sudden, because she was going east-southeast, and all of a sudden she's turning northwest the whole time, and I'm like, I just don't understand it. I don't understand why but it was a situation like the kayak. It was forcing me to turn that way. It was really freaking annoying too. I figured if I'm going this way and the wind is coming from the left perpendicular to me, I'd be doing the opposite. It just wanted to turn me away from the wind. I don't know. Maybe physics don't make sense to the uncultured. I don't know. I don't want to play rules that don't make any sense to me. Battleship lost Crown Carrier was a queen of the sea. I know, but battleships are cool. Carriers, there's so many battleships that are just really interesting. I always loved Rodney. Not Nelson, Rodney. Just the name, Rodney. Oh, here comes old Rod. The one I had was Rodney. And I know it's not a battleship, but Repulse. Repulse is a beautiful ship. Beautiful ship. So is Scharnhorst. Both of those ships are just so incredibly attractive. Repulse has weird secondary batteries. But just a really, in its World War II configuration, appearance. Really attractive. Did I have a model of her? Yeah, I had a model. Airfix made one, right? I had the MPC Repulse. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah. What a good looking ship. And the war game we used to play, if you had Renown and Repulse, Repulse had more armor because she didn't have the new conning tower with less. We always used to joke that they took the same armor and they melted it down, but they had to put it over a bigger area so there was less of it to go around. We used to kid about that. That was the reasoning why they did that. So Renown, Repulse had better armor in that game, but Repulse had guns that could fire farther. And that was Sea Creek 4 that we played for many, many years. And we played lots and lots of games of it. Not like DBA. Nothing's like DBA playing 2500 games of it. But we played probably 200 games of Sea Creek 4, which is a lot considering, one game lasts the whole session. Okay, let's put some of this there. Some of this to highlight it, and I think this little Nazi cat is done. What's up, Justin? Many days, here. Here we go. The antenna, as you say in the deep south. Let's close this up and find out how long we're going to make it. SDKFZ 234/3 drawing. And I'm not super precise with, this one has one back here also. Well, there's no pod for it there. Maybe it's an earlier version of it or a later version. Okay. So let's see how kind of grippage we get on this thing. Meaning when I put this, it's on this side. Put that here. I'm going to need something to hold it in place. So we will use the ever-present Stickum. Wish I would have had this stuff when I was a kid. They did, I just didn't know to use it. And we're going to plug the bottom. And then let's take, not the Tamiya cutters. God no, those are expensive. These crappy ass things. Okay. And how tall we want to make it? Maybe 3 times the height of the height here. So something like that. People are always worried about using needles and stuff like that. Oh, I'm going to poke myself. Dude, sand them down. Not sand them down. What's it called? File them down. You can't use raw needles. Are you crazy? Same thing with this. These pieces of wire, they got some serious burrs. They'll go into your, see? Example right there. Jagged ass burrs. Just enough to keep yourself from, and I keep saying I need to get some bristles, but I don't know if I can find bristles this small. I already got something that I like using. There's no reason to switch out from that. Let's put this up against it. And I don't want to use super glue. I'll have to mix a minimalist amount of epoxy. minimalist. Did I just leave it out? Or did I put it away? I put it here. That's actually where I'm going to keep it. Tiniest amounts. How is Florida? It's cool today. It had gotten up into, we're getting days of 85, 86, which is hot at work. You got an outside job like I do, I think. It's hot. Especially when you got to wear a hard hat. Everything's hot when you're wearing a fucking hard hat. And we got some rain that came in a couple days ago, and then a cold front came in, a colder front, and it dropped into the low 40s, which, as far as I'm concerned, can stay that way. I looked at the weather the next 45 days, and every night's going to be in the 50s, which that's the big problem. Is not that it's so damn hot, it's that it's still hot at night. So I'm okay even with the day being 100 degrees. I don't like it, but I can deal with it. But it's nights at 85 and no breeze and bug infested that are the problem. But it was nice. I was actually cold this morning. I had to paint with a long sleeve sweater on. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with me? Getting old. They say old people get cold all the time. It's getting old, I guess, is a ways for me. I'm hot always. Beautiful 54 degrees, sunny, relaxing on the back deck. Excellent. Yeah, it's beautiful out there. Not a cloud in the sky. I'm in here building Nazi tanks. Just so the good guys can destroy them. Unless they're going to fight the Soviets, in which case they're the bad guys too. There's that one post a couple of weeks ago. You see, there's a couple of sites where I just see some silly things that get posted by everybody and by so many people. And they saw this picture. It was this picture of a Yak-9, which is a beautiful aircraft. And this guy had posted this picture of a Yak-9, and this guy responded with, ever since the war in Ukraine, every time I see Soviet stuff, I think of them as the enemy. They always were the enemy. They always were. I mean, the Germans were the enemy too. I'm just saying that the Soviets were never your allies. Never. Never. That's how evil Hitler was. The guys that 20 years before they didn't support and were trying to oust, they actually made a deal with him to oust your ass. That's how much of a rat bastard you are, Adolf. All right, so we've got, of course, we're going to have to paint the antenna. We've got the Puma, and we've got the 234/3. I have two 234/1s, and they're built, but the problem I have with is I punted on their grenade screens. Move to the UK, Tony. The only difference between summer and winter, in the summer, the rain is warm. Okay. Now, you got too many rules over there. Build a Navy and I'll be over. There's probably a lot of things I would like. A lot of cool people. It's the mecca of wargaming, no doubt about it. What are we going to do next? Do we want to try our hand at a Green Panther? Do we want to mess with the Green Panther or maybe the Jagdtiger in the... I'm trying to avoid doing the German half-tracks. It's really hard to get excited about them. And they look okay. It's just hard to get excited about them. Michigan has more freedom than Florida? I don't know about that. Maybe where you're at, because nobody knows you're there. Nobody knows what you're doing. Yeah, that's what it is. The worst thing about here, even than the bugs, is the lightning. I'm not terrified of bugs. I don't like them, but I can squash them. Lightning, oh, I'm a sissy when it comes to lightning. And this is the lightning capital of the United States. Yay! Yay! Let's do the Green Panther. Let's do the Green Panther. Now this is, I didn't just pull these colors out of my ass. This is an actual, supposed to be this color. I got to go to the garage. I got to get the green paints. And this is the repaint on my my old Panther G from a Hasegawa from many, many years ago. So I will be right back. Do I have any Pens or Werfer half tracks? No, but those are cool. Those are really cool looking vehicles. I do not have any. I don't have any Stuka Zufusas either. Those are also cool, but the Panzer Werfer half tracks are really, they're cool looking. No doubt about it. Time for you the sack. Thanks for a great chat. All right, Jack. Thanks for sleep well, my friend. Sleep well. Where's my Coke habit? Everybody's got a habit. This one's mine. Okay, so we painted this with Ammo by MIG spray paints, and this isn't exactly the one I was inspired by, this Green Panther, but it's kind of like that. It's certainly those colors. The only thing I did different is the red they used here in this example, they used the Rotbrow, which is basically the primer red, which would be this. I decided to make it a little bit less Christmas-like and use the chocolate brown like it is at the example that I saw. I believe it was I'm not sure what the model was, but it was a model kit off of Shapeways. I was going to say Scalemates that showed this type of paint scheme, and it looked more like the chocolate brown. So this is a chocolate brown, and it's the late war Dunkelgelb, which is a lot lighter color than this. And that's what we have on it. So we have our camouflage scheme. We're going to soften it by using the green base, which the lightest color that was on here oversprayed is this color right here. So we're going to dry brush this over the entire vehicle really lightly and pick out the corners and stuff like that. And these late war vehicles had really subtle numbers. So they were either black or they were like black outline or white outline. They certainly did not want the numbers to stand out, you know, some red and white type things. So do I like that paint set from MIG? So I started off getting these MIG paints, not this one, but the original set, before I got an airbrush, and I hated them. I hated them because they were really watery. And I still was able to do pretty decent results without an airbrush. And I'll show you one of them that I did. Let's see, is this one? The Panzer III. This Panzer III is not airbrushed, and neither is this one. These are pre-airbrush with the MIG paints. But I think the secret is, or what I've found that works, and I still like doing, the secret is I wanted to dry brush them because I want to leave enough black in there for contrast. And then do the brown wash because that adds another level of, some people would call it modulation of it. But these were done with the MIG paints. But the problem is they're so damn watery. But the good thing is you don't have to thin them at all through the airbrush. So my preference is Vallejo for painting and MIG for airbrushing, because the MIG paint is spectacular for airbrushing. There's no doubt about it. And it's really weird to get kind of the hang of it. I've got to go to the garage again because I got to show you something, and you'll see what I mean by what I'm about to say if I can show you this example. The colors that come in the set for MIG are, at first glance, way too light. Way too light. You're like wondering, are they even the right color? The Dunkelgelb set came with 3. And the mid one, it's out there. The dark. This is the mid-war one, which is a little lighter, but it was darker than this. This is the mid-tone, and what they call the Dunkelgelb shine is damn near white. And I'm like, how's that going to work? That doesn't look right. That doesn't look like anything you do. But you start getting the hang of it. You put a black base, and you start layering these things, and you have a little bit of a zenithal types. And I don't know if that makes that much of a difference, but after I put the wash on it, it's going to pop. I'm going to show you the King Tiger that I did. Now, the King Tiger that I did was the late war, this late war color, which is really these two right here. These two colors right here. And it's going to have camouflage on it, but I ran out of time yesterday. So here's the King Tiger, and you're going to notice this does not have a wash on it yet, but both of these colors are really, really light. And this is on a black base. It looks almost like a snow camouflage, but this is going to look freaking great because I'm going to put a brown wash over it, and that'll subtle it. It'll add another level of stuff. This thing actually looks pretty freaking decent. And this is a shit model. This is a crappy, crappy model by Pegasus. And the turret's falling apart. I can just tell. This is... Come on. Come out, you Chinese piece of shit. All right. We'll have to fix that or whatever. But we put the little hooks on it this morning. Not this morning. Yesterday morning. To kind of add some... let's get rid of this. This is getting too picky to only be able to be attached in certain ways. But because I'm doing a wash on top of it, it's okay. If I wasn't doing a wash, it's pretty extreme. It's pretty light. It's very, very light. But I think this is going to turn out really well. I put these little hooks in the top because the Tiger actually didn't have the little hooks for the turret. And it's such a noticeable thing on the King Tiger. You know? So yeah, I do like them. I like them that I don't have to thin them at all. Running through the airbrush. And I'm using a 0.35 needle, about 20 PSI. I don't have to thin it at all. The thing about airbrushing is you can't have this unrealistic expectation of how long it's going to take you. You can't be like, all right, I'm going to airbrush these things and I got an hour to do it. You don't know how long it's going to take. Okay? It could take a lot long. It's going to take a lot longer than you think you are. And if you rush the whole process, then, you know. But I think it actually turns pretty... This one actually has quite a bit of wash. This was actually Agrax Earthshade. But it's a flamethrower tank. It's supposed to look dark, you know. The business end is just, you know, taking everybody to task. But yeah, I do like the 8. The 8K paints for airbrushing, they're great because I don't have to mix them. I don't have to thin them. Thinning regular paints here isn't a problem. Thinning them when it's in an airbrush is a pain in the ass because I don't have anywhere to put it, you know. What do you do? Put the pot somewhere else, and then, you know, you got to track down where that. You lose half the paint every time you do something like that. You know, so, yeah, you get pretty good results with it. Pretty good results. This isn't sealed yet, but I'm real happy with it. And every time I airbrush, I get a little bit better at it. But it's a slow climb. But I wanted to show you how it is pretty light. But I would not like it if I didn't do some kind of a wash with it. So I am a big fan of them. And you don't use hardly any paint. I mean, these models are really, really small to begin with. You know. Okay, so this is the green base, which is the lightest color on here. And you can see how damn watery these things are. But what's really confusing about Vallejo and the Vallejo Air and the regular Vallejo and then the MIG stuff is they make so many sets that overlap each other. Like MIG has... they have the standard 39 to 45 colors, and then they have a Dunkelgelb set, and they have a different Dunkelgelb set, and you're like, okay, what's the difference between them? So, it's kind of hard to figure it out. I don't know that I figured it out, but I know that I've never used the Vallejo Airs. That doesn't mean I won't. I haven't. But the ammo MIGs, I really like them. Now, if I was just a hand painter, I wouldn't like them. Yeah, I'm a fan of washes too now, but you know, I didn't for the longest time because I didn't feel like they had enough control. But it's the secret of dry brushing back over the wash and then picking at details also. Okay, so this is the base color of the vehicle. The vehicle was a base color green. So we're going to get almost all this out. I do not know how this is going to turn out. I know what I want it to look like, and hopefully we can achieve that. So we're going to hit the corners. And things that are raised. And of course, we can pick out these things individually with a brush as well. But just add a little bit of depth of color here. There's a That's the one really cool thing about German vehicles is they have so many damn edges, but you got to make those edges pop, or all the details of the vehicle just turn into. You got to give them their shape. The Panzer II turret's like the best example I can think of. You think the top of it's just flat. No, it's got a little edge there in the middle of it, and if you find a way to make those details pop, it makes it look much more believable. Much more looking like what you're expecting it to look like. And we're going to go over the top here. So there's some fading. And I do some of this already with the airbrush, but I don't have a whole lot of confidence in my airbrush abilities yet. I'll never be as good with the airbrush as I am with a paintbrush. You know, this is like years of decades of doing this. We're going to go over these spots here. We're going to fade them a little bit more. Makes it look even more airbrushed. And now we do the same thing with the rest of the tank. Do I have any Pack 40s? I have the two old Airfix kits that came with the Opel Blitzes. I have an SU1. So I have three Pack 40s. I have three Pack 40s, one 38, several Pack 36s, no 88s of any kind. For the Russians, I've got 345 millimeter anti-tank guns, a 76 millimeter infantry gun, an 85 millimeter anti-aircraft gun, a 37 millimeter anti-aircraft gun, a 76 millimeter infantry gun. For the U.S., I have no anti-tank guns yet. Now, a lot of my collection was, oh, they have this in a store, let's buy it now. Even if it wasn't, exactly what I wanted. But because it was available, because it was, before mail order was reliable or anything. I may keep one of my Pack 40s in gray, but the rest of them will be in Dunkelgelb. The Pack 38, since I only have one of them, will be in gray. One of the first models I ever built was a 1/35th scale Tamiya Pack 40 set. Yeah, that's a nice set. They got nice shaped crew members and everything. Nice bods on the crew members. Now, I do need to do, if I'm going to finish all these vehicles, I got to start gooping some stands. Goopty goopty. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are really good for a skirmish game, and any tank gun is pretty good because you can shoot the crew members to put them out of action. It's an infantry centered game. I'm building more vehicles than God, but it's just I'm just modeling stuff right now. But did you see this the other day? I did an unboxing video on it. 3D printed French cafe. Now the bad news is there's nothing inside. And it looks kind of 3D printed. It's got little lines and stuff. We'll see how it paints up if I order more from this particular individual. And the opening to the second floor is right in front of the freaking door. Almost like they cut out this thing in the ceiling so they can pour boiling oil on the Germans where they come for an inspection. But we'll see how this paints up if I get more from that particular vendor. It's kind of hard to tell what those things are going to be like until you get one. I've been wanting to get one for a long time. I already have a name for the place. No, I'm not going to spoiler alert it. I'm not going to spoil it. It's not a rated R name or anything. It's just, Nope, not the light green yet. This one. There we go. No, that's my whole motivation to get that thing painted so I can tell you what the name of it's going to be. If I tell you the name, that's one more reason for me not to finish it. Yeah, I hope I can do it justice. I think I can. I've advanced on my skills enough with using washes and dry brushing and just slow buildup of colors. It just don't. If you take your time, you only have to do it right one time. You don't have to repaint the damn thing. Just do it right and you'll be happy with it. All right. looks pretty good. Now the next step is going to be we need to do the decals before we do the weathering, and we need to do the tracks and the road wheels before we do the weathering. So let's go ahead and do the tracks and the road wheels now, and then we'll do the numbering. And actually, before I do the tracks and the road wheels, I'm going to go ahead and paint the gloss coat in the areas that the decals are going to go. Oh, we got to do scratches too. We got to do scratches. So let's well, we could do the scratches after the weathering. It doesn't really matter what order I do them in. Those two don't really matter. I call them scratches, discolorations, whatever. Tony's French Cafe. No, won't have my name in it. I'm sorry, but it will be a hand painted sign. Yeah, yeah. I got 10 Partisan guys. That's plenty to do a game. And those guys are friggin' cool. And some of them might even be communists. You don't even know. You might get stuck playing somebody who's a communist and you don't even know it. The French commis. Did you get into 10 millimeter miniatures? No, I did not. I think 10 millimeter would have been a decent scale if there was enough variety. But I can probably say I'm never going to get into 10 millimeter miniatures. I don't want to say I'm never going to paint 15 millimeter ancients again. It's too soon to say that. But I'm not going to get into another abstract game. I can tell you that right now. I'm not interested. I'm not an abstract gamer. I did that shit for way too long. I don't think that way. I don't think abstractly. Oh, I should listen to myself. Put the clear coat, dumbass. That way it's ready to go. Okay, let's get a brush. All right, I don't know exactly what decals I'm going to use, or even if I'm going to hand paint them. But let's gloss coat the usual suspects where decals normally go on a Panther, and that would be here, which I'm not a fan of actually. That they go there. Nothing on the back. The other one here. And then I'm going to do this whole side of the turret. I'm not really sure what we're going to do there. And the whole side of this turret. And on the back, I do not want it to overhang this side escape hatch. So we're just going to do this side over here. It's probably going to be a little, just a Balkenkreuz there. That should suffice. Okay, so that's the wet spots on the Panther. Only thing I don't like about doing this gloss coat is that it's hard to tell when it's dry. Because you don't want to touch it, and it always looks wet, like it's shiny. Okay, now, I thought it was this morning and I was going to take my glasses off. Nope, that's a good way to not see what's in front of my face. All right, let's put you down. As long as we don't touch that wet spot right there, we need to paint these road wheels. And then we'll paint the track. And one thing that helps a lot is putting an antenna on there. It adds another three-dimensionalness of it. We'll get the inner ones in a second. I think I'm going to switch brushes for the inner ones. Just a little bit of flow aid makes it so much easier for this brush not to catch on everything. I would hazard a guess if somebody said, "What's your favorite German vehicle?" The biggest percentage of people would answer a Panther. I would put big money on that. And I think it's a turret. It has a really attractive turret. You know, I mean, yeah, I think I have to paint it now. Yeah, we'll be able to get in there. I'm good like that. King Tiger? You think most people would be the King Tiger? I don't know, but they made a lot of these. They made a lot of these. They made 10 times more of these than King Tigers. They made over 5,000 Panthers, which is a lot for the Germans. It's a lot. Okay, let's get a smaller brush. Tiger 1's pretty popular tank also. I think just a standard Panzer III looks better. You know. Besides, this isn't really a German tank. What are you saying? I said, well, it's designed on the T-34. They wouldn't have built this thing if they hadn't encountered a T-34 with its sloped armor. Now, Tiger was, in all its squareness. And I happen to like the Porsche or the pre-production turret better than the Henschel, the production turret on the King Tiger. Didn't used to. Just has cooler shape. Man, my stomach is having a field day. Oh, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Is it time to eat again? Okay, I think that's. I'm just going to take a look at the front and the back here. Make sure there's none of these that need to be touched up, and then we'll do the tracks. Nothing black here? No. All right. Get our track color. Wherever she is. Is it? No, it's here. German camo black brown. That's SS camo smock. Damn near black color. That's what it used to be called. SS camo black brown or something like that. All right, let's use this brush. I've been real happy using this color as the base color of the tracks. It works really well. It looks like old rust. You know, rust that wasn't, from a fresh rain. It's not all orange and shit. Do I have any Russian tanks? Do I have any Russian tanks? Do I have any Russian tanks? Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of Russian tanks. I have more Russian tanks. Before I did this, I have more Russian tanks than Germans. This is the Americans on this row. So the Russians are here, here, and here. I got T-34, 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 T-34. Those are all T-34. Those are all T-34 76s. Two T-34 85s built, two Su-85s, a JSU 122, an Su 152, three T-28s, one T-35, and 5 more in the works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 KV1/KV2s that have turrets to go either way. 6 Soviet trucks, 3 T-70s, 3 T-26s, 3 BT-7s, a BA6 armored car, and a GAZ 67 Jeep complete. That's what I have complete. So yeah, I have a lot. This gotta finish this guy up too. This white scout car for the commie bastards. Yeah, I got a deal on T-34s. This guy unfortunately passed away, and a couple of years. I didn't know the guy, but his brothers came to sell his collection at one of our shows, and he had like 50 T-34s, all in lead, all primitive-ish, so to speak, old Skytrax models. But you can't tell. You can't tell from this. But they paint up really well. And yeah, you can't have enough T-34s. The T-34 is a good looking vehicle. A good looking vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, I got more Soviets than anybody else. Yeah, we got some Russian tanks. I got 2 JS2s sitting here waiting in the wings, 3 Su-76s, and then left to do, I have probably another 25 T-34s probably. Which is cool because we'll try doing some winter camo on some of them, And remember, this is an infantry. When I play, it's for an infantry heavy game, so this is just an opportunity to have a variety of paint schemes, so of stuff. So, yeah, the Russians are cool. The Russians are really cool as far as their vehicles. Really, really cool. The coolest allies, I think, are the British in the desert. And then probably the Russians. The Americans can be cool, but the problem is there's a lot of things that are going against the Americans in the cool factor department. One of them is that their markings for their units suck. The Germans are top dogs as far as the markings of their panzer divisions and all that stuff. I mean, nobody compares to them. But the British are really freaking close. Okay, because the British have like full color stuff on the fenders, and they got logos for their armored divisions. They got pretty neat stuff. And in the desert, they got the paint schemes to go with that. So British desert stuff, I absolutely love that. Later on in Northwest Europe, they get kind of lame. So I'm thinking in my head, my British are all going to go to Italy. All my late war British, I'm doing Italy with the British. I'm doing, with Americans, they'll be in Northwest Europe. And, where are the Russians going to be? Yeah. So, because Italy is definitely an underrepresented area. There's a lot more that can be done there. And, I am vehemently against putting white stars on British vehicles. It looks wrong. But in Italy, they didn't do that. In Italy, they put the roundel on for air recognition, which, do you really need air recognition? Well, I guess you need air recognition so your own guys don't hurt you. But, yeah. Definitely. So, but the Soviets are cool. It's fun to play Soviets too, because you can just like be stupid, How big is your collection of everything? Well, I don't know, but almost all that stuff I've done in a year and a half. I mean, I did like almost 100 vehicles in 1 year. And I'm not in a hurry, but it's fun. Instead of painting 15 millimeter figures and just taking forever. I would have had 3 more DBA armies if I stayed with DBA. Instead, I've got all this tank collection. Yeah, and I don't have the energy or time to do both. And World War II's there's so much World War II shit out now, like for information stuff that really happened. That you know. But I like game systems that have a lot of detail. If I'm in a game, I'm real picky about what my rules are for World War II. I don't want some Flames of War vagueness. You know, it just doesn't motivate me to paint stuff. I'm not motivated to put this kind of level of detail on a game that says all Panzer threes or a long barrel 50 are all the same. I'm like, no, you get somebody else play that. Not my thing. Have I played it before? Yeah, and it didn't tickle my fancy. No need to paint the underneath part. It's going to be hidden in the goop. So just think of this as, I'm building stuff like somebody would build models, except in this scale, there's an opportunity I might actually do some gaming with them. You look at it that way, it's like, I've said many times before, this is therapeutic. Playing a game really isn't. It's just something fun and social to do. I mainly want to do it from the standpoint of almost like directing a movie. See what narrative becomes of here's your rules to play the game, and let's see what narrative develops with all these forces aligning to try to crush each other. Okay? There is that. My collection of Flames of War, we don't play the rules. The thing I disliked the most about Flames of War is that the game didn't feel like it was a 1-to-1 skill game. It felt like it was a 1-to-5 skill game. It felt like I was playing Rapid Fire or Command Decision or something like that. It just felt that way. And that's not a negative. I am, other than playing 1-to-1, I'd play 1-to-5. I'm used to looking at 3 tanks going, oh, that's a company. Because that's what I grew up with. But there's I don't like games where multiple vehicles move for simplicity purposes the same exact speed or can move the exact same speed. I like the Flames of War website. There is some splendid stuff on there. There's some splendid detailed stuff on there that the game isn't worthy of. There's some really useful, like, real life stuff on there, like British armored divisions in Italy, and it talks. I've read many articles about it, but I want that kind of level of detail in the gameplay. But they created the rules to sell miniatures, so they don't want them too complicated. They want them simple so they can get lots of people to play them. And it's their rules. They can do whatever they want with it. I would not have been a fan of that whole, now we're going to change the rules. And that's not my cup of tea. Okay, so what we're looking for now is we're looking for some numbers, because I don't think I'm going to hand paint these numbers. I'm going to see what I've got, and I'm specifically looking for ones that are subtle looking. In other words, ones I normally don't like to use. That's that. I'm going to have to lay all these things out again. I put the decals away, and I got to pull them out. We're going to use stuff that we don't normally use because this is late. This is the late show. This is the very late show. So stuff like these hollow black numbers, or the solid black numbers. They were not very noticeable. Okay, but before I choose that, I'm going to set that decal set aside. Do I have any unusual Balkenkreuzes? In other words, ones that are like hollow black. Because that was kind of the time period where they did that too. Or maybe even, I'll probably use the hollow white ones, to be honest with you. Let me pull those out. Those are really good. I'm a fan of the Skytrex decals. They have turned out to be really, really nice. I think that's what we're going to go with. Let me take a look at. I got several books on the Panther. And I have a tendency just to jump in and then look at the books. This one's not worth a damn, but I look at it anyways. This Osprey Vanguard on the Panther. There's probably not any super late stuff in here. R01, that's one of the tanks that they come to the decals for the Hasegawa one. Yeah, there's nothing. These are all earlier. These are ones from Viking. Viking tended to have hand painted camouflage and have straight lines, almost like Splinter. Or here they just, I got a paintbrush, let me splatter on. We'll do some of those. But you're not going to learn how to get better airbrushing if you hand paint a bunch of camouflage. Let's see, do I have another book on there? Another book that says Combat Battles on the Eastern Front. Ooh, I didn't know I had this. What the hell was in here? Oh, I got this recently. Armor Battles on the Eastern Front from Concord. 43-45. Okay, these black and whites are cool, but I need the quick inspiration right now. What color plate stuff you got? What do you got here? We got a Sturmorser Tiger. One of these. Those are cool looking. I like the armored look to them. Jagdpanzer IV, those always look good. Su-76s. A Hummel with just about anything covered. A Panther A unknown unit. I'm guessing it's probably Viking the way it's painted. Yellow numbers on a green vehicle. Yellow numbers look cool. Oh, that was useless. I think I saved the pictures on my phone. Yeah, and the Squadron Signal Panther book's not going to help me. These Green Panthers are kind of a new thing. Like when I was doing 1/35th scale models in the early '90s, that was unheard of. Let's see. Let me look at my gallery, which is getting consumed with stuff. Okay, here's one ambush camouflage. We decided not to go on that. You know, and some things are like fake. Like here's some guy selling this on eBay, and this thing looks badass. Here's a King Tiger with the same type of scheme I'm doing, except they added like ambush dots also. And that looks friggin' awesome, but it's complete garbage. It's complete fakey. I don't see any examples of that. I guess, okay, so all right, let me go in my, let's see, let me find my files, okay, and let me go to my downloads. So I downloaded a paint thing for instructions from ScaleMates. One of these is in it. Is it just once? Okay, it's a Panther from Academy. Here we go. This is one that's in green. It just has white numbers on it. And then here's one that has freaking no numbers on it, which we're not doing that. And here's another one that has no numbers on it. Not doing that either. So here's one that's similar and has black numbers, really, really small. So I think I'm going to do black numbers, not that small. And we'll put national insignia on it as well. We're going to use the hollow white ones. We're going to put assume they fit down here. I may need to get a smaller one. And black numbers on it. So it's going to look subtle on purpose. $121? Shit, we'll make this one 121 as well. What do I got? I got a 126. Yeah, 121's good. If I run out of these things, I'm using too many of some colors. I'll just order more. White. Nah, let's use it in black. It's going to be really subtle. If I don't like how it turns out, I'll just redo it. All right, I need to get some more water for this. I'm going to be right back. Okay, so here's the deal. Dinner's ready, or about to be ready, and I got to come back to that. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this going. We're going to do an intermission of 20 or 30 minutes, something like that. If you can come back, that's cool. If you can't, I understand. But we're going to go ahead and do a intermission screen here, and we will see you when we have a full belly. Okay, folks, we'll be back. Okay, folks, we're back. That wasn't too bad, was it? I don't know. Probably you guys fell asleep. What happened? Okay. Did I leave that damn door open again? I'm famous for leaving the door open to the washroom. Yep. Washing machine room. Okay. So, I realized that I had a copy of this. Downfall in 1945. I picked this up. Hell, when did I pick this up? Was this one that was published recently and I picked it up from like an early... No, I did pick it off Amazon, I'm pretty sure. I think I did. So, let's see if we can find out something about German units that were left in 1945. Okay? I know we got interesting, strange, half-assed German unit divisions like Panzer Division Kirkmark, and things like that. I'm not really familiar with that area. That's really, 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 really late war. Let's see if there's something I can find here really quick. Wehrmacht East, these are all Panzer Corps. Panzer Corps don't really tell me anything. Order of battle. Yeah, they just have a bunch of generals I've never even heard of before. As I usually read the 42, 43 kind of stuff. I mean, I guess the Russian ones are still guys that survive, but the German ones, I've never heard of these guys before. So, let's see. We got U.S. Army. I'm looking for specifically German tank strength because we're painting German stuff. Doesn't talk about any of the divisions. There. Okay, so we're talking about the hollow black numbers. Here is a King Tiger with a hollow black 314. So, later in the war, they didn't want their turret numbers to be uber noticeable because they were outnumbered on the ground, severely outnumbered in the air. They wanted to keep everything. There you go. The range is weird. That's an ugly ass friggin' plane. Focke-Wulf A type plane attached to a... What is that? Is that like a flying bomb or some shit like that? Robot flying bombs over the Oder. Mistel. All right, we're getting sidetracked, but I got to read you what this is. Unless you guys don't want to know what this is. This is one of these uber weapons. Robot flying bombs over the Oder, April 1945. I don't know anything about this. In a desperate move to sever the Red Army's logistical links over the Oder River, Hitler orders an all-out Luftwaffe assault to destroy the Oder bridges. The chosen weapon was the Mistel, one of Germany's more obscure secret weapons. First called Beethoven's Gerät, the Mistel consisted of a war-weary Ju-88G night fighter converted into a flying bomb with a Focke-Wulf 190 attached above to guide it to the target area. The Ju-88 had a normal cockpit removed and replaced with a massive 3.8-ton shaped charge warhead filled with an elephant tusk detonation probe on front. Both aircraft were controlled by the 190 above, and once the target area was reached, the pilot activated the Mistel's autopilot and then aimed it at the target using a special reflex sight. About 1,000 meters from the target, the pilot triggered the separation system, which detonated small explosive charges to break the link between the two aircraft. The missile flying bomb then flew into the target on automatic pilot while the Focke-Wulf 190 escaped. The missile was originally... The Japanese would have done the same thing, but they would have done it where the guy on top would have just flown with it. Gave him a last fuck you before, he blew himself up. The missile was originally assigned to strike at the Royal Navy warships in Scapa Flow. Well, that would have been handy in 1940. By that late in the war, it doesn't really matter what kind of warships the Royal Navy has in Scapa Flow. And it was originally assigned to the Royal Navy in Scapa Flow, and its shape-charged warhead could penetrate up to 26 feet of steel armor. Yeah, there's no battleship that has more than 2 feet of steel armor. Allied intelligence spotted the early deployments in April 1944 and made relentless air attacks on their home bases. After D-Day landings, the mission of the missile changed, including a failed attack on an Allied fleet off Normandy on June 14, 1944, and the stillborn Operation Eisenhammer, a plan to strike vital Soviet power plants in the Moscow and Gorky area. Wow. That's pretty cool, but I don't know anything about that. An old Panther D of Panzer Grenadier Division Brandenburg knocked out by a J. Wow, there's a D running around in 1940 and weeks before the war ends. Let's see what we got here. I have a feeling I'm not going to find anything of use, but I figured might as well look at this now instead of later. And then I'll show you some pictures of that. Okay. Probably some useful stuff in there, and nothing that's going to help me decide how I'm going to paint this late war panther, this green panther. So here's a dragon one that's in green. It has white numbers. I'm second guessing the black numbers. I think that's going to be a little too subtle. I'm second guessing it. It's going to look like I did a shitty job on it. Here's ones that are dashed. I don't have any of those. But I do have hollow white ones, which you can barely see. Oh, there's a little Balkenkreuz back here. Well, that's just a waste of time putting it all the way back there. I also saw some that ended up having the cross up here at the front of the turret. So we might do that for variety. But let's take a look and see if there's anything else that jumps at us. Academy Panzer IV, Panther G Fine Skill Modeler Magazine. Okay, so I'm going to actually do something. I'm going to go to Academy, find out where their Alps G Panther is, and see what paint schemes there are on here on ScaleMates. So let's go to ScaleMates. Okay, and we're going to go Panther G. And we'll do a search for that. And then up here, we're going to go 135th, brand. We're going to go after Academy. Oh, clicked on the wrong one. And they make two. Don't tell me this is the same one that I pulled the directions off of. There's one for the 25th Panzer Grenadier Division, 2nd Battalion, Panzer Regiment 22, April 45, 2nd Panzer Division, April 45, 11th Panzer Division, April 45. All right, so at least it'll give us an idea of what kind of numbers they were using in 1945. Yeah. Download again, which means I already downloaded it. I wonder if this is the same one that I was using. Yeah, I see white numbers. I see no numbers. I see the tiny black numbers. This is what? 1st SS? Screw those guys. 2nd Panzer Division literally has... This is actually... Was this the one I was looking at when I was finding inspiration trying to paint it? No, it was this one. 2nd Panzer Division. This one. When I spray painted, I was kind of doing something like that. I'm sorry, it was this one. So, in Hungary. And it has the black numbers. All right, so let's... Did I get my water? I got my water. All right, let's make a decision. Let's make a decision. All right. First of all, let's put the super readers on. We're going to need those. We've got all the parts dull coated that we need to. I'm not going to do the hollow numbers. I'm going to do the white numbers. And I like 421. We're going to use 421 as well. Wow, this is dull as shit. Am I? I don't want to put the cross here. I want to put the cross on the turret. I want to put the cross on the bottom of the turret there. So with that said, do I want... Let's do 3 hollow crosses. 3 hollow white crosses. Okay, I haven't done any of these on any of my vehicles. One's going to go on the back of the turret. Okay, and we're going to put this away. Now, we know they're going to have a white cross here and a white cross here. So the question is, will the white cross there, do we want white numbers as well, or do we want black numbers? The black numbers will actually tie in with the black road wheels. Let's do this. Let's put the crosses on and worry about the numbers later. That's sometimes how you have to make decisions. Just like, okay, well, we know what we want to do. Some people came back or showed up for the first time. Welcome, welcome. Green Panthers ahoy. I want to blackline this shit. This is going to look... It looks gotta look believable. You look at it like, what the hell is this panther doing green? I know they did that. Well, you gotta make it believable. If I was smarter, I could have done some intermission music, because I had the dinner break there. Could have had that little intermission music from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Don't act like you don't know. You know which one I'm talking about. On and on and on, but actually, it'd probably send the wrong message. It'd be like, he's really gone. I don't do shit like that. Take people out of stuff. Not my style. Yeah, because this is way too big for down here in the corner. And I hate it being down in the corner. It's just like, like they're embarrassed. It's like they're embarrassed. Yeah, this one's got it in the middle of the turret. Look at this. Shit, maybe I should do that. It's got black numbers. Damn it. I like that better. All right. I'm gonna pull a fast one. I'm gonna pull a fast one. Watch this. And I'm gonna leave them here to dry. Because I have reused decals before. Okay. Now I see that. 301. 301's a command tank. All right, let's do the black. Let's do the black numerals with the black. Are this hollow? No, they're solid. Okay. I like the 421. I like the idea of 421, just with black numerals. We're going to do 4 and the 2 and the 1. And the 1, 2, and the 4. Okay? Remember what I was talking about the other day? About Panthers were usually in the first battalion, and the first battalion would have had the lower end company numbers, the ones, the twos, the threes, and the fours. You would not see Panthers. No, I don't know if that's the case in 1945, but in 1944, you tend to not see Panthers which would that have a higher than a 5 company number, because they're in their first battalion. I don't know there's any Panzer division that had 2 battalions of Panthers. The only time that happened was that Panzer Brigade that was attached to Grossdeutschland at Kursk. Other than that, there was only 1 battalion of Panthers. There was independent Panther battalions sometimes, but if a Panzer division had 2 of them, then, all right, now where's those Skytrax decals that I said that I shoot away, and I'm going to bring them back? Okay. I want 3. So we're going to cut this one, and this right here. Hey, we'll figure it out together. Yeah, the black lining is really what's gonna make all this stuff pop. All right, I want it even with this hatch because that's sensible. Just like that. Here's the tiniest of pieces of paper towel. Okay. And then got one right there. We're going to do one side before we turn around and do the other one. So give me a 4. So instead of 4-2-1, I'll do 4-1-2. I'm going to put the 1. I want the center of the numbers to be. That looks pretty good. And then on this side, let's do the same thing. And this is kind of a simple kit, but we got some extra tranks. We got some extra tranks. We got some extra tracks for a panther that we're going to go ahead and make a new mold for. And we're probably going to add some extra tracks up here. By the way, if you guys watched my King Tiger the other morning, where I was adding the details to it, let's take a look at the little hooks that I put in for the tracks to go on. And I think it looks a lot better with them than without them. And did I not put them in one side? They're here, but I don't see them on the other side. Did I fuck up again? Oh well, I guess I just have to do that at a later date. Yeah, they look better with on them than there. I just keep screwing up left and right. So may I won't put them on the other side. Oh well. Shit happens. Unlike everybody else, I'm not afraid of showing you my screw ups. Okay. Let's close this before we have a spill. It's actually pretty relaxing to put these on. He's all wet. That's why I covered the whole side in gloss. You don't have to worry about it. Put the one where we want the center of the numbers to be. About there. Welcome back, folks. Good evening. All right, how much meat is between the Balkenkreuz and the end? Okay, about that much, so a little bit more. Let's fix that too. All right, in 412. I like the spacing on these numbers better than the spacing on these numbers. So the 4 is a little too close. So we're going to come over here and re-wet them. Let's use more than that. It's the microsol. If you use the microsol, it starts eating the material, and then you can't move it. Huh? You can't move it. It's not that big of a deal. It's okay. It just could be a little better. No, we're going to leave it alone. We're going to leave it alone. Yeah, I like the spacing of this one better. No, they're in a rush. They're getting shot at by artillery or something like that, which is a pretty likely event. Okay, we are going to need to do dry brushing of the colors that are on the ground to bring it up, which we'd like to do before we do the black lining. But while we're doing all that, since we're trying to multitask here, I know we have extra tracks and the Plastic Soldier Company one. I'm going to pull these out. Let's pop these off. Let's make a mold for all this shit. Well, what are you doing? Well, you didn't watch my show the other day then. There's one. the washi. That's what we're doing. You know the washi. Yeah, as I could totally see to go out this way. Really only two of them. I'm going to cast all three because I can always cut these off in here. So let's grab us a new, because we don't want to lose the King Tiger tracks. Not yet. I think I have enough with one. That's this stuff right here. I'm going to go ahead and cut this in half. Then we have two molds. I'm going to make two molds, one of each of these. Okay, and then we're going to push some green stuff in there. I'll be right back. Get some hot water. Okay, so this is, I can't touch it. That's how hot it is. And then this is to cool it down. So we don't want to put them both in there because what's going to happen is they're going to want to join together. They're going to want to conjoin. So we're just going to drop. And the coolest thing about this stuff is totally reusable. You know, you could take molds like this one that I used for the hatch on the Panther and reuse it. So I don't want to use that anymore. And use it for something else. So I'm going to pull this out. And it's soft now, or it should be soft. And I want to make sure which side comes out first, so we're going to want this side in. Okay? And we're going to push it in. And there's no reason to make it any thicker than it needs to be. Because what I ended up having to do the other day was I had to end up reducing it. same thing with the other one. This is my first time making these tracks on the other thing, so I certainly am going to be able to do a better job with the next time I do it. We'll let this cool down, and if it doesn't work, we reheat it again. Yeah, it's that simple. Maybe it didn't get hot enough. Let's test. Let's see if this one comes out correctly, or we need to use even hotter water. The first time I did it was like 2 minutes. This time I only did a minute, so let's pull this out and see what we're looking at. I think this will work just fine. I think this will just work so fine. There's the mold. And that way you don't have to use up your originals. Yeah, so what we need to hold it underwater so it heats up from every angle. Now let's bring this guy out. We'll put it right on here. Oh yeah, there we go. I did like the green stuff a hell of a lot more. All right, while we're doing that, let's go ahead and grab some green stuff. I'll use this one, it's just a little bit bigger. I don't mind buying more green stuff. Might even try different brands. This one's from Army Painter. I'm sure there's some other stuff you can get on Amazon that gotta put this on your hands so your hands don't all want to stick to your hands. Now, I like to leave it overnight in the mold. But the nice thing is even overnight, this green stuff stays somewhat pliable, so it's not likely to get brittle and break on you. I wish this was a little quicker to mix, but it's just one of those things. So some of the Panthers or Panzer Lair actually had these spare tracks that were actually on the side of the turret also, and they spray painted the numbers over them. So we may actually make these too. Panzer Lair, as I got another one of these, Panzer Lair Panthers, and I'll put extra tracks on them on the sides of the turret. We will see how that turns out. I'm not painted the other one yet. There we go. Make it a green. I don't know if I'm still connected or not. Well, last time I wasn't connected. I had no viewers, so got one person on standby. All right, so we're going to take this stuff. Now, there are some hard portions in here. That's basically where the two sides touched. Where the yellow and the blue was already touching. They're kind of half curing. It's kind of a flaw in the system. So we'll pull that out. We don't want those hard portions in there. And we don't need this very thick at all. We'll go ahead and pull this one out. One's a little deeper than the other one, so we're going to see which one works better. Let's put that back. Let's lay some water down here. Oh, here's another hard piece. We're going to roll this into a sausage. I don't have a little roller, but I use this enough, and I probably will get one. Let's see, is it going to stick to this label? Not if I put water on it. Let's roll this out. Okay, now put water down here. It's wider than this track everywhere, which is what we want. Okay, so I'm going to cut this in. See, this needs to be about that wide. And this needs to be about that wide. I might be able to get a third one, but I'd have to cast another third one. So I'd have to pull out really quick. Let's see if that even works. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to push this into the mold. So this is extra. I'm going to add it to this extra one. I don't think I need to do anything stronger than that. Make sure you put water on your hands so you don't stick to it. It's not super sticky, but it has a tendency to want to come back with you, want to come back home with you. Okay? So I'm going to test to see if I can pull it off. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Okay? That's why I said I'll leave it overnight. But I'd like to cast a third one since I've got the green stuff for it. So I'll pull this up carefully. Look at this. This is fucking beautiful. Beautiful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a little curing station. Okay? I'm going to put a little bit of water here. All right, I'm going to set this thing as flat as I can. There. And it'll still be bendable in the morning a little bit. And we're just going to pretend it's just sitting there. All right. Now these other two, we're going to do the same thing, except we're going to leave them in there. Okay? What a cool concept. What a cool concept. All right, so we're going to take, this one's deeper than this one, so we're going to go ahead and put this one in. And again, we're going to push this all the way into the mold, and we're going to leave this overnight. And like I said, the coolest thing about this stuff is it's totally reusable. If you're like, well, I don't want to buy another, I bought it like it was like $10. One of you guys recommended it to me. One of you guys. And it took me a while to use it. It's not until now that I'm using it. But you can hold on to the mold, reuse it as many times as you want in this manner. And then when you're done with it, you put it right back in the hot water. Because it's like 10, but now you get a lot for $10 because you saw I only used 2 cubes, right, to make these 2 molds. It comes with a white one, or a clear one, and a blue, and it comes with 6 of each. So it comes with 12 of these for like $10. Now, I did look at it on eBay where it was, and they're now selling it for like $30. I don't know if there's better things to get it, but this stuff is pretty amazing. Is it worth $30? I don't know if I don't want to spend $30 for it, but all right, we're going to leave this just like that. Okay, and the same thing with this one. Hino de washi. What is it called? Hino de washi. Has another thing, another name to it. It's called something else. Made in Japan. Yeah, and the secret to this is that, well, first of all, it's easy to use. And it's totally reusable, which is amazing, honestly. It's amazing. Make sure we get every little place in there. All right, and we're going to set this one aside, and these we'll mess with them in the morning. Okay. How high is this thing still? All right. Let's move this stuff out of the way. That's how it's done. All right. Now that the decals are on, we can dry brush some of the colors that are going to be on the ground, which is field drab and Iraqi sand, of course. 5 viewers. Well, talk to me so you're live. Welcome. Good evening, folks. It's a spare track that we can put on here and not have to use originals. always do the dry brushing first on the road wheels, because that area is supposed to look messy, and also the back. Just a deluge of filth back there. Sometimes you can't even tell what color the vehicle is supposed to be. See, unwashed hindquarters of the Panther. I didn't think you were going to hear that today. You and your unwashed hindquarters. This is the old Hasegawa Panther kit that I'm doing a refurb on. I painted this thing originally around the mid-90s. And it's participated in exactly 0 games. I built it and it's just been sitting somewhere collecting dust. Okay. I don't know if the chat's working. When you guys don't mind, send me a message. Just send a message there in chat. Let me know if this is working okay. I don't want to be like the other night that this morning. That was actually not the other night. This morning I got disconnected and I didn't know. I was wondering why everybody left. The mysteries of the internets. Okay, so that's the base. I like to sometimes put some of this up here, like footsteps and shit like that. You know, these are all colors that are going to be in the base, so that it looks like it all ties into each other. You know, you're not just, you have a vehicle that's not part of the environment that it's in. Oh, why am I doing that? Well, I don't know. Would not be very heavy. Just a little bit goes a long way. A little bit goes a long way. Now, we're going to switch to Iraqi sand. I don't like putting any bright rust. Any rust has already been. It's there, but it's not like gleam. And we will come in and make sure that we have some highlighting. On all these corners. Especially these type edges. Now, one thing that we're going to do is there's some items here that are wooden colored and things like that that we're going to go ahead and now let's do the black lining now. I love doing this part. Get our Agrax Earth Shade, black shading I should say. Well, it is kind of black lining, but with watered down stuff, not like straight black stuff. So let's get this out. We're gonna start with thank you. We're gonna start with a turret. Okay, well you're gonna be incorrigible like that. We will pull your ass out. Okay, get a fine brush. Even finer than that one. This one. And we're going to force the shadows where we want them to be. So we're going to go around like this little gap there. Adding contrast. Two viewers. I think the two viewers left. I'm not sure there's anybody there. Well, you're missing out on a good time. If you're not here. And we got this thing on the roof. This is a Panther G. It's got one of them Farfignugan things. I don't remember what the hell it's called. It starts with an end. It's basically a close defense mortar. There's this pistol port that's in the roof of this vehicle with a handle. And you put this charge in there. It's basically a grenade that fires straight out up. So if people are clambering on top of this Panther in some kind of a close assault, you fire that thing off and give them a hell of a party they're not going to forget. It's definitely a late war thing that the Germans had on Tigers, Panthers. I bet Jag Panthers probably had them as well. Jag Tiger, King Tiger. The Panzer IV-Js might have actually had it also, now that I think about it. Farfignugan. And that just makes all those little details pop just the more. Now we'll go to the hull. I'm going to start here at the front. Put a line across these ribs. Probably like strengthening things for the fenders. And same thing on the other side. All right, we're going to move along to this side. I'm actually going to touch the stuff in the top here. This is the first model of the Panther that had an actual periscope for the driver. It didn't have that little peekaboo hatch like, hello, and the shell comes in there and he's got to visit the dentist or worse. And the thing about this that makes this kind of cool is, yeah, this is tedious, but I'm going literally over every little detail that whoever made this vehicle put on this model. And that's kind of cool because I'm appreciating all the little details and effort that went into it. And, just having that little bit of highlighting or shading, contrast, makes it look real nice, in my opinion. And achieves kind of the look that I'm looking for. And it's easy to do. I mean, this stuff doesn't smell bad. It's very forgiving. I don't have to cover the entire model in a gloss coat because it's enamels. This is water based, so I've been pretty happy with it. Now, there is a rib there, rib there, rib there. Okay? And then kind of this semicircle. At this point, I'm pretty happy that I decided to redo this Panther. Now the engine deck. Hold on one second, folks. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the sound was working. It is. You guys are just watching from prison and you can't respond or something. I just didn't want it to be an incident like what happened earlier today that I was disconnected and nobody knew. So, and if it's not dark enough for you, you can come around and make it darker. I'd much prefer that than something that's way too dark. And I'm afraid of that with the Tamiya. And it's enamel. then when we're done with this, we're going to paint some tools. And then when we're done with that, we're going to put the antenna up. Okay. There's a little box that's always that the jack fits on. I don't know exactly what that's for. Maybe to get it to the proper height. I think we're good with that. Let me know if you want to see a close-up picture of this. I'll take a snap a photo and show it up there. I mean, assuming somebody's there. Hey, I was going to do this anyways. It's just a matter of that you guys are going to be in here with me, you know. Let's get a little bit of black. And now we can use one that's a little bit less bold. Okay, we have this little device is always iron colored. And we have a hatchet head here. And what looks to be a shovel. Okay, and over here we got another one of these. I think that's actually has to do with the tracks. Something about holding the tracks in place. Okay, we got a hatchet here. Okay, and back here we've got Looks like a tool there. And we'll mix a little bit of black with the brown. Where's this base brown? We'll do all the wooden parts. Expect people to say, hey, why'd you paint it that color? They didn't paint them that color. Go look it up. Go look it up. I didn't think so either. Go look it up. Go look it up. Okay, so at this point, what we need to do is oh, how could I forget? The ubiquitous jack. I'm just going to put some metal on there. Okay, so we need to find out where the hell this radio antenna is. I'm pretty sure it's there. I'm going to consult my Squadron Signal Panther. It's one of the books I've got the most confidence in. Then go all the way to the back. Yep. It's back there in that spot. And I'm going to try to keep it about the same size as these other ones are, just for consistency. So, it is over here. Alright, my pin vise should still be around here. I'm going to take this, I'm going to cut it flush. Then I'm going to go, I want to put a divot there. Now we'll put the divot in. Alright, so we need to get the smallest of epoxy mixed up. Now, other than the fact that we need to seal this, she's complete. And if you compare it to one of these that I did a refurb on, you got a lot more things that pop with that black lining. So today we finished that. We can go ahead and pull this the bottom of this off. Oh, it slid down. Isn't that interesting? Wait, did it? Oh, it did, but I could adjust a little bit. Okay, perfect. I like that. That worked out well. And that one. And this weekend I also did the Puma. So this is what we knocked out this weekend. Is the Puma, a Green Panther, and a 230 and 234/2. So that's what we completed. Obviously, they're not sealed, but let me move this out of the way. That's why I couldn't find that. Okay, perfect. No, this goes here. And then we'll check in the morning. Thank you. We will check in the morning how these spare tracks, and we can put some spare tracks on the Panther. But let me take a close-up picture. If anybody's actually still watching, which I am not sure. Looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Yep. No, we'll wait for that to fully dry, paint the antenna, and they'll be available to seal. But anyhow, thanks for stopping by, folks. And we'll see you guys on the next one.